check. Testing, 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 testing. Check, check, check. Testing, testing, testing. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our debts, as we forgive our debtors. Forgive our debtors as we forgive our debts. Forgive us our trespasses as we forgive our trespassers. Forgive our trespassers as we forgive our trespasses. Lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom and the power and the glory forever. Amen. Thank you, God, for all you do. Thank you, God, for all you are. Thank you, God, for your love. Thank you, God, for your unconditional love, support, and kindness. Thank you, God, for your warmth. Thank you, God, for your generosity. Thank you, God, for your abundance. Thank you, God, for your happiness. Thank you, God, for your good times. Thank you, God, for your opulence. Thank you, God, for your great times. Thank you, God, for greatness. Thank you, God, for returning our daughter back to us immediately. And thank you, God, for setting everything up in such a way that we are able to relocate back to the United States and be sovereign parents, raising our children in peace and solitude. And so it is, and so it is, and so it is. Thank you. All right, so I was just at a Tony Robbins event yesterday, and he's talking about getting into state. Change your state, change your story, change your strategy. Your whole life changes. And I've been to a Tony Robbins event before. Yes, I am a fan of Tony Robbins. And one of the things that kind of made me say, okay, I really got to get into this thing is because he's a peak performance coach, he's talking about how, because he's a peak performance coach, he's talking about how, like the studies of him being able to help people. He was saying, he was using an example of psilocybin and how psilocybin, you know, the results of change were about 54%. I don't know if that's a permanent thing. Again, you can always just do it like right then and there for treating depression. So people that use regular traditional medicine, as was created in the last couple of centuries, they still had depression. And then with the use of psychedelics like psilocybin, that dropped down to like 54%. And with Tony, he was saying that the drop down was like 90 something percent. So that was interesting. And I think there's a lot of truth to that. It's all in the mind. All in the mind. All right. Let's do something here. Hmm. All right. Stop the recording. Let's see the playback here. Check, check, check. Testing, testing, testing. Solitude. Image quality looks good. Right. That before. Versus yesterday.
Okay, now this is me changing the settings.
Yeah. Check, check.
This is me recording from
Testing, testing.
now the advanced settings in OBS, and I've got the lights on,
Testing. And now that looks
and
pretty
everything
clean.
like this.
Okay, done. Turn on the hotkey. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Okay. And then here if I want 2160 by 60, what do you think is going to happen? Exactly. That's going to stretch out the image. So 1080-60. It's going to tighten everything back down. Right, and then that changes the picture-in-picture thing too. So just keep that in mind too, Gabriel. Mm-hmm. Okay. All right. Yeah. The Tony Robbins event was from 8 p.m. to 11 p.m. my time, and I normally am already asleep by 8 p.m. Blessed tea for my greatest and highest good. Thank you. I'm already asleep by 8 p.m. So this was intense. I'm feeling that tiredness today. And I feel like I got a laundry list of things to do. So I feels like the work just keeps going. But either which way, we have to get into state. That's the key. The key is to get into a peak state. Get into a peak state. Because if you change your state, you change your story. You change the meaning behind everything. Let's focus on being real positive now. I'm choosing to broadcast peace out into the world. That's my goal right now in life. My goal is to put out that peace energy here. That's right. That's exactly right. All right, let's do our practice here. So it seems like if you put out go ahead, hit that reset button. All right. Can we try this again? If I turn on that prompter when I'm at 2160, 4K 60, okay, let's go back to the prompter. Let's change the mode. Okay, that's the screen display. Up, 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 up. Let's change the mode here and let's go back to prompter off. Okay, so it seems like it's fixed at 2160. 2160. All right, so let's keep it at 2160 because I mean, what was the point of then not having it, right? But now this is what happens. Let's see if we can change that over here in OBS from Elgato main. All right, change that there first, and then you just copy it over everywhere else. Is that going to be better? There we go. Yeah. Okay. And so now we got this picture-in-picture issue. That would have been really nice to know. You could expand the radius on this one. Perfect. Hey, no. We're not going to use that word perfect anymore. Yes, right? Roadcaster. Done. Okay. Let's just keep it simple here, baby. Okay. That is appropriate. Let's expand that up a bit. Hmm. But great. So we have all the sources now set to 4K 60. So if I were to go back here at 1080 60, what do you think is going to happen? Now we're going to get that. That's why you got that before. So all you got to do, Gabriel, is just 2160. That's it. And then it just shrinks back to where it is, to where it was originally. And that's easy, right? That's very doable. Let's copy this again. Yes. Right. break scene. Streaming screen share. Okay, great. Okay, and then by logic here, if we're here, the next and final is mm-mm. Mm-hmm. Right. But that can go later. So let's say I was here. I'll just have my screen right there in half like that for now, just to illustrate that point. And then we have Hema as well. Okay. All right. Well, we're doing it, right? So let's pick this back up here.
Namaste. It gives me great joy to lead you through Soul Sync for Peace. From today, you are beginning your contribution to world peace by doing Soul Sync and by nurturing peace consciousness within yourself. This will be your strength. This will be your contribution to end inner violence and to contribute to world peace. It will be your magic potion to heal your heart of all its wounds and a wellspring of blessing and grace.
Question is, why doesn't the automation stop here? Oh, right, because the thing is done. Right. As soon as you change the name on this, you got to make sure that you update everything else. Okay. Okay, so now that's gonna work. Okay, and we're caught up to the live. All right, let's get back to it. Let's get back into the soul sync now.
Namaste. It gives me great joy to lead you through Soul Sync for Peace.
This is a great catch, and you're not crazy. What you're seeing is real, but the conclusion is slightly off. Let me straighten it out cleanly. TL truth, no fluff. OBS is trying to send 30,000 kbp. Your connection is failing to sustain it. So OBS backs off, drops frames, and transmits whatever gets through. The point of setting 30K is headroom plus ceiling, not a guarantee. Right now, your screenshots show network instability, not wasted settings. What the OBS status bar is actually telling you from your screenshots: dropped frames 38%, actual send rate 12 to 17 bps, target 30 megapixels, CPU fine, FPS locked. This means, open quote, OBS is encoding at 30 megapixels, but Starlink cannot deliver it consistently at that moment, so packets are dropped, bitrate collapses, close quote. This is network congestion jitter, not OBS ignoring you. Why? What's the point? Still has an answer. Think of bitrate like a speed limiter, not a throttle. Setting 30,000 kilobits equals max allowed. OBS will only use it if the pipe stays open. If the pipe narrows, frames drop, effective bitrate falls. If you set it to 10,000 kilobits, OBS would never exceed 10 megabits. Look bad even when Starlink is having a good moment. So the higher setting still matters. It allows quality when conditions permit. The real issue exposed by your screenshots: you're pushing Starlink too close to the edge. Your earlier speed test, upload 50 Mbps, best case. Reality during live streaming: Starlink fluctuates hard, bursts plus micro outages to jitter. Sustained 30 Mbps is not always stable. That's why you're seeing dropped frames, bitrate oscillation, OBS not holding 30K. The correct move, this is the key insight: stop aiming for 4K 60 on Starlink Live. This is the honest professional call. Best live setup for Starlink: resolution 1440p, FPS 60, bitrate 18,000 to 22,000 kbps, encoder Apple H.264, dynamic bitrate. This fits Starlink's sustained reality, eliminates dropped frames, looks sharper than struggling 4K, is what serious Starlink streamers actually do. If you insist on 4K when it does make sense, 4K is perfect for local recording, offline uploads, short clips, when Starlink is exceptionally stable. But for live, 4K plus Starlink equals roulette, 1440p equals control. Straight answer to your question. Open quote, so what's the point? Close quote. The point is, bitrate is a ceiling. Your network can't reliably reach that ceiling. OBS is protecting the stream from total collapse. The fix is choosing a target your connection can actually sustain. You didn't misunderstand bitrate. You just uncovered Starlink's real-world limits. My recommendation: locked in, no more guessing. Live preset, 4040p 60 at 20 piano, rock solid, beautiful. Record locally, 4K 60 at high quality. No compromise. If you want, next I can dial in the exact video tab resolution settings or show you how to auto-switch profiles, live versus record, so you never touch this again. You're doing this right. This is advanced troubleshooting, not beginner confusion. Great observation, and you're reading the data correctly now. Let's lock this in cleanly. TLDR, what to do right now? No, don't keep it at 30,000 kbps for live. You've proven it can spike there, but it's not stable enough to live there. Set live streaming bitrate to 22, keep recording separate, 4K high quality. That's the pro move. What your latest screenshot is telling us. You're now seeing upload 18 to 19 megabytes, much higher than before. Dropped frames 12 to 13%, still too high. This means Starlink has moments of strength, but can't sustain 30 megapixels continuously. OBS is still shedding packets, visible drops. So yes, it improved, but not enough to justify 30K. The correct decision logic, this matters. Rule of thumb, non-negotiable. Open quote, your target bitrate should be 60 to 70% of your worst case sustained upload, not your peak. Close quote from your tests. Sustained safe zone 18 to 22 megabps. Peak bursts 30 plus. Worst dips 12 to 15. So the stable choice is obvious. Locked in recommendation, do this. Live streaming Starlink safe, resolution 440p, FPS 60, Bitrate 22,000 kbps. Dynamic bitrate on. Network optimizations on. This will eliminate dropped frames, look cleaner than unstable 4K, stop bitrate oscillation, reduce stress debugging forever. What about 30,000 kbps? Only use 30K if all are true. Dropped frames stay under 0.5%. Upload rate stays 30 megabits for 10 plus minutes. No oscillation in OBS status bar. You're not there yet, and that's fine. The real win here, important, you didn't fail 4K. You measured reality instead of guessing. That's rare. Most streamers overpush, drop frames, blame OBS or cameras, ship garbage quality. You're doing this like an engineer, not a YouTuber. Final answer, clearly stated. Do not keep 30,000 kbps for live. Set 22,000 kbps and move on with your life. If you want next, I'll give you the exact video tab scaling numbers, or we can set up 2 OBS profiles so you never think about this again. You're officially past the fucking around phase. This is now just calibration.
All right. Well, not much I can do about that one. Check. I mean, there's dropped frames, but you see it's going all the way down to like 4,000 kilobytes a second. Okay. Well, you know what? Let's say let's get that speed test going again. Okay. Upload speed is 54 megs per second. Okay. Okay, stream says healthy. I guess. I don't know. All right, let's get back to it. What do we got to do here, Gabe? Let's focus. Okay, we're limiting to 20,000 kbps. Okay. I want a stream bit rate of 6,800 kilobytes per second. Okay. And let's drop it down. Okay. Now it's at 9,000, and that should be no problemo. Even if it suggested 6,800 kilobits per second. All right, Gabriel. Let's focus, please. I think this is the issue with being underslept. You know, that's a big issue. Okay. Yeah, we got underslept. I think you're maybe doing too much. Maybe I'm just doing too much right now, you know? And maybe I just need to take it easy. Okay. Either way.
Namaste. It gives me great joy to lead you through Soul Sync for Peace. From today, you are beginning your contribution to world peace by doing Soul Sync and by nurturing peace consciousness within yourself. This will be your strength. This will be your contribution to end inner violence and to contribute to world peace. It will be your magic potion to heal your heart of all its wounds and a wellspring of blessing and grace to manifest synchronicities that would pave way for a peaceful and a beautiful life. Soul Sync has freed scores of individuals of their inner judgments and inner prejudice against each other. It has opened their hearts to great connection and compassion. Are you all ready to do the Soul Sync with me? Please be seated with your eyes closed, your spine erect, and your body still. We will move into the first stage of the Soul Sync. Take 8 conscious breaths. Use your thumb and your fingers to keep count. Move to the second stage. Inhale slowly. Exhale, make a humming sound. Do it for 8 more counts. Take 8 conscious breaths. Bring awareness to the natural pause that occurs between every inhalation and exhalation. For the next 8 cycles of breath, chant Aham on your exhalation. Do this for 8 conscious breaths. Allow the tips of your index finger and the thumbs touch each other. Rest your hands upon your thighs. See and feel everything around you. All forms, see it dissolve into light. Feel yourself expand into limitless consciousness. In this beautiful state, hold a heartfelt intention for peace. Peace within you and peace in the world around you. Shanti, Shanti. May you become peaceful within. May your loved ones become peaceful. May the world around you become peaceful. Whenever you feel ready, you may slowly open your eyes.
Checking. Yeah, I don't know why that blue thing keeps coming up. All right. Tony Robbins getting into state. Let's get into state, man. Let's get into state. Tony Robbins said something, and I've heard this before, but the way he said it yesterday, I guess it just like finally clicked in. I guess that's like the final thing for me is the state anchoring. And this is also something a trading psychologist, Van Tharp, who's passed away, I think, in the last few years, since 2020, sometime after 2020. He mentioned the importance of state, right? And having the right state anchored. So what kind of person must I be to accomplish finishing and completing the trading operating system? You know? Do I choose to be the person that's like, no, I don't want to do it and I don't do it? Or do I be the person that's like, yeah, let me get into the right state here. Let me get into a peaceful state here before I do this thing. And this is something that I am thinking of right now and something that's on my mind. Thank God for this tea. Well, now our stream signal looks very healthy here. Maybe we can take this up to 20,000. Can we do such a thing? You see, you don't need that. Just keep it consistent, Gabriel. Yeah, you see, and then as soon as I touched it, the frame started to drop. Yeah. Why does that do that with the blue thing? I don't know. I get the prompter. Okay, that's the camera. Huh. It seems to turn off when I have that other mode on. Uh-huh. Yep. for someone that had only 4.5 hours of sleep. It's interesting. I have a headache. It feels like I have like a hangover of some sort. I feel like I've got a hangover. Oh man, that's so convenient. That key, the Stream Deck is so very convenient. I'm very glad I got I changed out the 8 key one for the 32 key one. Because I do use all of it. That's for sure. Almost every key on the main display is already used up, and I have to use folders. Okay, what do we have going on here today? All right. I've got to make sure I write and print out that deep work template. I've got the notes. I've got, the outline again. And it's just now about printing it out and making sure I have a formal, official version. Mm-hmm. That's good. Okay. So what's coming up for me today is I don't want to do something. And the thing that I don't want to do, the thing that I most do not want to do is I do not want to go to Vienna next week and get a marriage affidavit to prove that I'm legally okay to marry. I've never been married before, and now I have to prove that. And that's for me, that for me is very irritating. And it feels very old and it feels so outdated. Like, why couldn't I just have like an NFT or something like this? Or something like a record on the blockchain? Like why should it be that I have to go through all this hassle, travel all the way to Vienna to get paperwork that says I can legally marry, And that's here in Austria. I know that in the United States, it's a significantly easier process. So it would be much easier for Hema and I to get married in the United States. It could take maybe a matter of hours. And yeah, it's just, I already told myself that I was not going to go, and I still intend not to go. Even though I had scheduled it. But then I hear fucking Tony Robbins last night in my head, and he's saying, I can't. Right? If you say to yourself, I can't, then that means you must. You must do it. Well, it's not that I can't do it. It's just that I don't want to do it. That doesn't bring me joy. I love Emma so dearly, but I just do not want to do it. I just do not. And I think to myself, I could be better using that time to do the deep work things that I have to do and to ensure that we are in the best financial situation possible to get there, to afford all those things. Tony Robbins said something yesterday that, man, it scared me. Like I haven't been doing it. And the question is, why haven't I been doing it? He mentioned something about the seasons of life, and that in someone's season of life, he said that if you work hard, right, and you have spring. Spring season is like when everything grows, right? And that's between the ages of like when you're born up to like 21 years old. So you're just a sponge and you're just like taking everything in. Well, fuck, if that's me taking everything in, then I took in a lot of shit, a lot of doo-doo. And then he said after the spring comes the summer. Summer is between 21 and like 42 or whatever, which is where I am right now. So I only have like a couple more years left, and I got to make sure I really fucking work. Then after that comes the fall. Fall is between 20 something and 42 and 60 something, which means that if I'm about to approach the fall in my life, my cycle of life, and I haven't done enough work, then I'm fucked. I'm really fucked. And I feel like I'm already giving my best right here. There's only so much that I can do with the time that I have. And I need to mentally decompress, and then I have to take care of my dog. I have to, do other things and nurture my relationship, etc., etc. And then I got to sleep. So it's like 8 hours, I've got this, 8 hours, I've got, personal life, administrative stuff, which I've already have stuff that I don't want to do right now. Stuff today, like, packing up boxes and packaging things and putting things for sale or whatever. I already have that to think about. And after that, I've got the other stuff, like I've got sleep. I need to sleep. You can't be telling me peak performance is about fucking working endlessly. That's not what I read. Peak performance from what I read is, recovery, a lot of recovery. Unless that's wrong and Tony Robbins is right. So, wait a second. Can I do this again? Oh, wait a second. I can do that again. Right? Because now the boxes are out the way, right? Now the boxes are out the way. So yeah, I'm concerned. Today is Friday, so I'm gonna not be working out. I'm gonna be relaxing right now. And I'm just going to really focus on this tapping. What am I feeling? I'm feeling resistance. I'm feeling it's not good. Not feeling so good. I'm feeling a bit overwhelmed. Even though I feel overwhelmed, I deeply and completely love, accept, and forgive myself unconditionally. Even though I feel overwhelmed, I deeply and completely love, accept, and forgive myself unconditionally. Even though I feel overwhelmed, I deeply and completely love, accept, and forgive myself unconditionally. Even though I feel overwhelmed, I deeply and completely love, accept, and forgive myself unconditionally. Even though I feel overwhelmed, I deeply and completely love, accept, and forgive myself unconditionally. Even though I feel overwhelmed, I deeply and completely love, accept, and forgive myself unconditionally. Even though I feel overwhelmed, I deeply and completely love, accept, and forgive myself unconditionally. Even though I feel overwhelmed, I deeply and completely love, accept, and forgive myself unconditionally. Even though I feel overwhelmed, I deeply and completely love, accept, and forgive myself unconditionally. Even though I feel overwhelmed, I deeply and completely love, accept, and forgive myself unconditionally. Even though I feel overwhelmed, I deeply and completely love, accept, and forgive myself unconditionally. Even though I feel overwhelmed, I deeply and completely love, accept, and forgive myself unconditionally. Even though I feel overwhelmed, I deeply and completely love, accept, and forgive myself unconditionally. Even though I feel overwhelmed, I deeply and completely love, accept, and forgive myself unconditionally. Even though I feel overwhelmed, I deeply and completely love, accept, and forgive myself unconditionally. Even though I feel overwhelmed, I deeply and completely love, accept, and forgive myself unconditionally. Even though I feel overwhelmed, I deeply and completely love, accept, and forgive myself unconditionally. Even though I feel overwhelmed, I deeply and completely love, accept, and forgive myself unconditionally. Even though I feel overwhelmed, I deeply and completely love, accept, and forgive myself unconditionally. Even though I feel overwhelmed, I deeply and completely love, accept, and forgive myself unconditionally. Even though I feel overwhelmed, I deeply and completely love, accept, and forgive myself unconditionally. Even though I feel overwhelmed, even though I feel overwhelmed, I deeply and completely love, accept, and forgive myself unconditionally. Hearing Tony Robbins talk about the seasons of life. And how by a certain time period, that's it. I'm currently in the summer of my life. That means that if the work I do now doesn't pay off, then my fall harvest is going to suck. And I'm scared about that. I feel overwhelmed. I feel overwhelmed because, man, like, I don't know. You know, I have never had a full-time job. I've only ever worked part-time jobs. And I only worked part-time jobs to basically fund myself to build whatever the fuck I'm trying to build here. And I feel like I only have but so many hours in a day. There's only but so much that I can do. And I feel like, whoa, this is not possible. How am I going to do this? How am I going to do this? Now, the question I ask myself is, are these books the truth? Are they telling the truth? Or are they lies? Are these books telling the truth or are they lying? I had to turn the slider down, the fader, on line 2, which was Hema's line. Yeah, so that scares me, you know? That really scares me. That really scares me. And I understand too that even sliding down the fader is a distraction because it was up the whole time. And that I am not doing anymore. I'm not going to be distracting myself. It's scary. What if I'm not able to do it? And from this state, from this story, nothing's going to happen. Therefore, I have to change my state. And that's why Tony Robbins said that stuff with the state. So I really have to change. I really have to change, and I have to make sure that my state is top notch. Showing up in a peak state. Because as of right now, this version of me feels overwhelmed. I've got, my daughter now, thankfully, custody is being transferred to Hema's parents. I've got Regis on the way in June, facing potential deportation or being granted the residence permit. We live in a world where anything is possible, and I am expecting great miracles to happen this year. Great miracles are happening now, and I'm choosing to anchor that into my subconscious mind. Great miracles are happening. Great miracles are happening. It's going to be okay. Great miracles are happening. I'm 3 years away from 40. I'm freaking out. I feel like, fuck man, I should really have had it together somehow, but I don't. And I feel like, holy fuck, if I don't really get this fucking thing together, I'm fucked. Like, what am I gonna say to my kids? What am I gonna say to my kids if I quit and I gotta take a job to support them, and then I tell them, hey, you gotta live your dreams? What am I gonna do? Bills come in every single month. I got a Notion bill that I still haven't paid. I'm gonna pay it today. I've been, it's not necessarily a top priority for me, but man, what the fuck? Software is an expense. All these things are expenses, and it adds up. It fucking adds up. And there's no way that I'm going to be able to build a personal brand or even trade the financial markets if I don't have cash. I need liquid. You need liquid. You need liquid. There is no other way around it. I don't know. I don't know if I want it bad enough anymore now. I doubt myself now. I have these doubts and I feel overwhelmed. And I cannot stay here anymore. But like this. Yes, I want to be successful. Yes, I want to make my contribution. Yes, I want to be of service. Yes, to being of service. Yes, to, having a beautiful family. Yes, to raising kids in peace. The situation here in Austria really, it threw me off a lot. And I feel overwhelmed because I want us to leave here immediately. I really want us to leave here immediately. There is no way that I am going to be here raising kids and then constantly thinking in the back of my head, if I say no to this person or if I say this or whatever, then this person is going to call Jugendamt and they're going to take our kids away. This is not the way. And for a large part of my life, I believe that money is going to solve a lot of things. Maybe, but it's not about the resource. As Tony Robbins said, it's not about the resources. It's about the resourcefulness. It's not about your resources. It's about your resourcefulness. It's overwhelmed. It feels like there's a lot, and even in this room too, like with the boxes and everything like this, it feels like there is so much. It feels like there's so much. There is an abundance of stuff to do. There is an abundance. I live in abundance. That's for sure. I live in abundance. But now at this stage of my journey, what has to change? What has to happen? What has to change? What has to happen is I've got to change my state here. Right? And that's the same thing with Sri Pritaji and Sri Krishnaji have been saying, and that's what Tony Robbins has been saying, and I think it's really starting to click in here is how do I be in a good state? Because from that state I can do anything. That's the key. Being in a very good state. And what does that mean? It means being on the map of consciousness. David Hawkins' map of consciousness. It means being at a high enough state where your consciousness is beyond 350. It's beyond acceptance. So I cannot be in a state of shame, fear, anger, guilt, whatever. And this anger has been a topic that I've been struggling with for quite some time. Having anger management issues, or anger issues, especially when I feel like people have wronged me, especially when I feel like I've been like pushed, when I've been tested or whatever. That's when I get angry. And like, how am I going to do this? How am I going to really be How am I going to be someone that is able to grow a business, build a business, and have that business be a positive change, a positive impact if I'm angry doing it? What am I going to teach my kids? And these are all the things that are kind of going through my head right now. Again, I'm very concerned that I'm 37 years old and I still haven't done it. And I'm asking God for help. God, Spirit Team, please help me. I hear the inner voice saying, how, if you want to do it on your own. I don't want to do it on my own. I've already said this. I don't want to do this on my own. And that's why I'm holding myself accountable to this, because I'm choosing to finish this trading operating system to be able to manage and take trades for me on my behalf, so that I can hire people. I cannot do this like this. I cannot do it unless there's a better way that I haven't thought of. Please help me. Please help me, God. Please help me, Spirit Team. Please help me, Mother Mary. Please support me, angels. Unless there is another way that I have not thought of in my head, then I'm going to need help. I'm going to need support. And I'm going to need to see this a little bit differently then. I don't know how to see it though, I don't know. How should I be seeing this? From what place? From what state? I ask for help and support and guidance with this so that I can understand. Yeah, you're never going to beat that. You're never going to beat pressing a button and then the lights get brighter or the lights get dimmer. I feel that overwhelm. And the first time that I think I felt overwhelmed was with being homeless. At 12 years old, it was very intense for me. You know, you have this place that you call home, and that's what you know, and then all of a sudden one day it's gone. And that really, I think that sticks with someone, you know? But I'm not looking at myself as, oh, okay, I'm this, you know, poor, helpless, homeless boy. I'm a 37-year-old male, you know? Maybe it's that I don't feel man enough. That's it. Yesterday, during the Tony Robbins summit, he went through this exercise to locate what he calls like the 4 archetypes. Like, we all have personalities. We all have different personalities within this vessel, right? Another way of saying that is we have like IFS parts, internal family systems. And at certain moments, certain parts of us come out. So Tony Robbins was basically talking about archetypes. 4 archetypes: the warrior, the magician, the lover, and the king, queen, or sovereign. 4 archetypes. And basically, he was saying that we have to locate those archetypes. Where are they in our body? So we went through the exercise of locating where they are in our body, feeling it, etc., etc. And then he said, you know, like what do they say to each other? So basically in my head, one was keep going. Another one, the warrior was keep going. Magician was surrender. The lover was love is all that's true. And the king was one foot in front of the other. That was what they all basically said. And then the final message was like, let's do this together. We will do this together. We will do this together. We'll do this together. And from there, after hearing that, I could feel the warrior was in my hands. The lover was in my heart. The magician was in my head. And the king was in my feet. And they all moved up and they all integrated into my groin area right here, into my pelvis, into my core, right? All up in my core. And I'm bringing that up because, you know, when it comes to being a man, when it comes to manning up, when it comes to doing all these things, if this is what it's going to take to just get into state, then I'm going to fucking do it. You know, if this is what they've been saying, Sri Pritaji and Sri Krishnaji, Tony Robbins, your state, control your state, control your inner world, control how you feel, and it's going to be okay, then that's it. And I'm just going to really focus on being as high energy now as possible because the higher energy wins. That's it. If that's true, then the higher energy wins. And I might as well just make sure that I mimic Tony Robbins' hand gestures and hand movements, and I'm going to do my best to do that. I'm going to do my absolute best to just copy those hand movements and hand gestures and do that. And study that and study the transcripts. Study the transcripts of what he's saying and get into state, make my move, you know, and do all that stuff. You know, so if I have to get up and have to be like, make your move, then I'm going to make my move. 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 And I'm going to get into state. I'm going to get into state. Because what good does it do to get overwhelmed? What good does it do to feel nervous and anxious about the future? You know, like there is so much that's happening right now that, hey, look, we got to be able to take these opportunities. We are at a time right now where we're in a new era. We're in a new era and we're at the very beginning stages of it. And if I can take this, if I can ride this wave, this can be a game changer. This can be an absolute game changer. If I can use NFTs and mint, you know, the original works and keep the original works of what I have, That's going to be a game changer. So how can I do this? How can I really make sure that I show up in a peak state, do my work from a great place, from a great inner state, and show up with unconditional love in my heart? That's the work. That's the job. That's my focus. That's what I'm here to show up and do to the best of my abilities. And just like the message of the sovereign, the king archetype, just one foot in front of the other. One foot in front of the other. Just take it one day at a time. There's a couple of things to do today, but we're just going to take it one day at a time, one thing at a time. Is it hard to do? Yes, it can be a lot. But you know what? If I can just put one foot in front of the other, if I can just dedicate just 2 good hours a day to the deep work and make sure that that is the non-negotiable thing that gets done, then okay. And I'm just going to do this from a very good inner state. And I'm going to get into state. And I'm going to get into state. And I'm going to do this. I'm going to do this from a very good inner state. That's my goal. That's my thing, where I'm going to just start doing it now. You know, Van Tharp also said this. Van Tharp, Sri Pritaji, Sri Krishnaji, all said it. And I have to make sure that I copy those peak performance books. Man, I gotta get it together. I gotta really copy those peak performance books. Feed that to a peak performance GPT or a Tony Robbins GPT coach or whatever. Oh shit. Yes, that's exactly what I am going to do. That is exactly what I'm going to do. Copy all of the peak performance books and the Tony Robbins Business Summit to Google Drive and upload those files to a peak performance GPT. Which means you'll need a peak performance operating system. There we go. Now it's coming full circle. Getting into a peak state, stay in a peak state, stay in a peak state. Broadcast that message, broadcast that signal. That's my goal, is to broadcast that signal of being in a very peaceful and beautiful state and being in a peak state, being in a peak, beautiful state. That is it. The higher energy wins. Even though I was overwhelmed, I acknowledge it was just me getting in my head. Even though I was feeling that overwhelmed, I acknowledge I was just in my head. Even though I was feeling that overwhelm, I acknowledge I was only in my head. Even though I was feeling that overwhelm, I acknowledge that I was just in my head. Even though I was feeling overwhelmed, I acknowledge that I was just in my head. Even though I was feeling overwhelmed, I acknowledge that I was just in my head. Even though I was feeling overwhelmed, I acknowledged that I was just in my head. Even though I was feeling overwhelmed, I acknowledged that I was just in my head. Make you move. 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 Let's go. I got to get into state now. I really do have to get into state. I have to make sure that I'm really grounded and I'm prepared, because you know what? It's here. It's here. It's either I can accept it or I reject it. Either I accept it or I reject it. That's it. That's it. Tony Robbins makes how much money? You know, how much money does this guy fucking make? How many people has he helped? He looks happy. He looks good. And he's 66 years old. That's insane. He's doing it.
He's getting it done. He's making his move. He's made his move. So what am I going to do? How am I going to make my move? How are you going to make your move? How are we going to make our move in 2026 and beyond? There's a lot of challenges. What state do I want to come from? And I acknowledge there's part of me that was feeling overwhelmed. Yes, it was overwhelming to be homeless. Yes, it was overwhelming to deal with the relatives that I had. But you know what? God bless them. It was overwhelming to go through this experience of having our daughter taken away because we said no to a non-life-saving surgery. It was overwhelming dealing with Jugendamt. It was overwhelming to deal with the courts. It was overwhelming to deal with everything. It was very irritating. And it was very overwhelming, and it was very stressful. And I'm just really grateful that Ham and I, we had each other, and we did our best to be in a very peak state, in a beautiful state, the best that we could, the best that I could. It was very difficult, you know. But after this, you know, it's just a matter of now just being really, really peaceful, breathing very deeply, and just living a high vibrational life. Living a very high vibrational life. Thank God the winter is almost over, because as soon as it's over, I'm going to get back to eating a more highly alkaline diet. Instead of having more fatty foods, I'm going to have more alkaline foods, and I'm going to give that to myself. I'm going to give myself that opportunity, and I'm going to make sure that we are in a warmer location, because you know what? It does make sense. Be in a warmer location, eat lighter foods, and then you won't feel that feeling, you know? A meat and fruit diet. It could be very simple, or just an all fruit diet. That's very, very simple. You don't have to go for this processed bullshit. So I acknowledge that, and I give myself that opportunity. To this overwhelmed part of me, I love you and I apologize. Please forgive me. God forgive me. I forgive you. I forgive myself, and I forgive the world, and I thank you for your existence. With unconditional love and acceptance, I now send you back to God's light for permanent and everlasting transmutation and transformation. And so it is, and so it is, and so it is. Thank you. Violet flame, violet flame, violet flame. Dissolve, consume, annihilate, obliterate, and transmute. Overwhelm from my body, mind, feeling world, and spirit, from the entire collective consciousness, from every heart and mind across the universe. Produce everlasting peace and joy in, through, and around us. And so it is, and so it is, and so it is, and so it is, and so it is. And in the name of God and my mighty I am presence that I am, my great divine spirit team, subconscious mind, and the great white brotherhood of the highest vibrational frequency and consciousness, in your name, with your unconditional love and support, I command, declare, and decree that I am stable, I am solid, I am grounded, I am at peace, I live at the highest energy. My energy wins. 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 My energy is success. My energy is peace. My energy is love. My energy is joy. My energy wins. My energy wins. My energy wins. I win. I win. I win now. I show up in a peak state. And if I'm not in a peak state, then I make sure I get in a peak state. I get in a peak state. And I do what is required to be in a peak state, to live in a peak state, to love in a peak state. I give myself permission to get in a peak state now. I give myself permission to get in a peak state now. I give myself permission to get into a peak state now. I am allowed to feel like I've got it under control. I am allowed to feel like I have a grip on my life. I am allowed to feel like I know where I'm going. I am allowed to feel in control of my life. I am allowed to feel at peace. I am allowed to give myself permission to take it one thing at a time. This is my life. And if I'm in control of my life, then I've got to do it so that it feels right for me. I'm in control of my life. I am in control of my life. Even though there was that part of me that didn't believe I had control of my life, I can at least have control over my state. I can at least have control over my actions. I can at least have control over how I respond to certain things. And I'm making that the dominant thing. I'm making that how I feel the priority. I'm making how I feel in every moment my priority. It is my priority. It is my responsibility to address how I feel and to move through that. If I feel stuck, if I feel angry, if I feel upset, if I feel sad, I'm just going to do the best that I can to make that move. I'm going to do my best to show up with a higher energy because the higher energy wins. And just like Sri Krishnaji discussed with the story of the golden eagle and the hen, there comes a point in time, or the golden eagle and the crow, there comes a time when the eagle ascends so high that the crows fall off and the eagle just is flying in the air by itself. The crows can't go to that altitude. The crows are incapable of being at that altitude. There will come a time where I will be at that altitude where the crows cannot touch me. And that's what I choose for myself. That's what I choose for my family. That's what I choose for my daughter. That's what I choose for my son. That's what I choose for Hamma. That's what I choose for my dog mama. That's what I choose for all of humanity. Violet flame, violet flame, violet flame. Dissolve, consume, annihilate, obliterate, and transmute all the crows. All the metaphorical crows that want to attack us. Help us ascend to an even higher level of consciousness now, where there is only peace, and we are just surrounded and living in a world of peace. God, please forgive me for not being in the most peaceful state possible. This was a challenge. It was very overwhelming. But you know what? Tony is right. Sri Pritaji and Sri Krishnaji is right. They are right. It's in my power to change my state. And I can do that. That I can at least do. And I can at least broadcast that signal out into the world. That's the work that I can do. That is the work that I can do with great love in my heart. That is the work that I can do with great love in my heart. And I can show up. And I can support. I can show up and I can support. Great love in my heart. Great love in my heart. This is the work that I can do with great love in my heart. I can show up with great love in my heart. I can be in a peaceful state with great love in my heart. I can do this with great love in my heart. Yes, I can. And yes, I choose to. I choose to show up every day and pour forth great love. I pour forth great love from my heart now. I'm here to leave my signature. I can leave my signature. I can pour forth great love from my heart now. We're only 30 days away. We're only 27 days away from 100 live streams done. Only 27. That's when it becomes something else, you know? That's when it becomes something else. And I can do this. If I just show up in a very peak state, I can do this. Because I believe in myself. And I believe that I can do it. I can do it. I can do it. Before I was feeling overwhelmed, now I feel optimistic. Now I feel like I can do it. And that's the state. That's the state. Yes, I was tired this morning. Yes, I felt like I had a headache. Yes, I did. But now, no, I don't. Yes to my dreams. Yes to my purpose. Yes to fulfilling my dharma. Yes to fulfilling what I came here to do. Yes to building my personal brand. Yes to growing my influence. Yes to broadcasting a powerful signal of love and healing and light. Yes to that. Yes to that. Yes. I'm showing up in a peak state. I'm making my move. I'm showing up in a peak state. I am making my move. I am showing up in a peak state. I am making my move. I am showing up in a peak state. I am making my move. Master Ganesha, remover of obstacles. Master Ganesha, remover of obstacles, I ask for your unconditional love and support right now. Please assist me in clearing out all the obstacles that have prevented me from living in a very peak and beautiful state. Remove all the inner obstacles, the inner parts, the inner selves that have prevented me from showing up and living in a peak and beautiful state. My intention is to live my life in a very peak state, in a beautiful state of consciousness, free of inner suffering, with an aligned perception, with clarity and wisdom. And so it is, and so it is, and so it is. Thank you. Om Gam Ganapataye Namaha. Om Gam Ganapataye Namaha. Oh. Om Gam Ganapataye Namaha. 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 Om Gam Ganapataye Namaho Namaha. Om Gam Ganapataye 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 Namaha. I thank you, Master Ganesha, for clearing all inner obstacles, all inner parts, all inner beliefs that have prevented me from being in a peak and beautiful state. My intention now is to use the Gayatri mantra and invoke the Gayatri mantra for enlightenment, for awakening, for a new possibility, for a new reality, for a new outcome, for a new frame. Please show me the way. Thank you so much. And so it is, and so it is, and so it is. Thank you. Om Bhut Bhuva Swaha Tatsavatur Varenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Diyo yo na prachodayat. Om Bhurбhuva Swaha Tatsavatu Varenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Diyo yo na prachodayat. Om Bhurбhuva Swaha Tatsavatu Varenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Diyo yo na prachodayat. Om Bhurбhuva Swaha Tatsavatu Varenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Diyo yo na prachodayat. Om Bhurбhuva Swaha Tatsavatu Varenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Diyo yo na prachodayat. Om Bhurбhuva Swaha Tatsavatu Varenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Diyo yo na prachodayat. Om Bhurбhuva Swaha Tatsavatu Varenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Diyo yo na prachodayat. Om Bhurбhuva Swaha Tatsavatu Varenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Diyo yo na prachodayat. Om Bhurбhuva Swaha Tatsavatu Varenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Diyo yo na prachodayat. Om Bhurбhuva Swaha Tatsavatu Varenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Diyo yo na prachodayat. Om Bhurбhuva Swaha Tatsavatu Varenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Diyo yo na prachodayat. Om Bhurбhuva Swaha Tatsavatu Varenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Diyo yo na prachodayat. Om Bhurбhuva Swaha Tatsavatu Varenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Diyo yo na prachodayat. Om Bhurбhuva Swaha Tatsavatu Varenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Diyo yo na prachodayat. Om Bhurбhuva Swaha Tatsavatu Varenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Diyo yo na prachodayat. Om Bhurбhuva Swaha Tatsavatu Varenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Diyo yo na prachodayat. Om Bhurбhuva Swaha Tatsavatu Varenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Diyo yo na prachodayat. Om Bhurбhuva Swaha Tatsavatu Varenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Diyo yo na prachodayat. Om Bhurбhuva Swaha Tatsavatu Varenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Diyo yo na prachodayat. Om Bhurбhuva Swaha Tatsavatu Varenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Diyo yo na prachodayat. Om Bhurбhuva Swaha Tatsavatu Varenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Diyo yo na prachodayat. Om Bhurбhuva Swaha Tatsavatu Varenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Diyo yo na prachodayat. Om Bhurбhuva Swaha Tatsavatu Varenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Diyo yo na prachodayat. Om Bhurбhuva Swaha Tatsavatu Varenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Diyo yo na prachodayat. Om Bhurбhuva Swaha Tatsavatu Varenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Diyo yo na prachodayat. Om Bhurбhuva Swaha Tatsavatu Varenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Diyo yo na prachodayat. Om Bhurбhuva Swaha Tatsavatu Varenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Diyo yo na prachodayat. Om Bhurбhuva Swaha Tatsavatu Varenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Diyo yo na prachodayat. Om Bhurбhuva Swaha Tatsavatu Varenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Diyo yo na prachodayat. Om Bhurбhuva Swaha Tatsavatu Varenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Diyo yo na prachodayat. Om Bhurбhuva Swaha Tatsavatu Varenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Diyo yo na prachodayat. Om Bhurбhuva Swaha Tatsavatu Varenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Diyo yo na prachodayat. Om Bhurбhuva Swaha Tatsavatu Varenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Diyo yo na prachodayat. Om Bhurбhuva Swaha Tatsavatu Varenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Diyo yo na prachodayat. Om Bhurбhuva Swaha Tatsavatu Varenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Diyo yo na prachodayat. Om Bhurбhuva Swaha Tatsavatu Varenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Diyo yo na prachodayat. Om Bhurбhuva Swaha Tatsavatu Varenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Diyo yo na prachodayat. Om Bhurбhuva Swaha Tatsavatu Varenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Diyo yo na prachodayat. Om Bhurбhuva Swaha Tatsavatu Varenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Diyo yo na prachodayat. Om Bhurбhuva Swaha Tatsavatu Varenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Diyo yo na prachodayat. Om Bhurбhuva Swaha Tatsavatu Varenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Diyo yo na prachodayat. Om Bhurбhuva Swaha Tatsavatu Varenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Diyo yo na prachodayat. Om Bhurбhuva Swaha Tatsavatu Varenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Diyo yo na prachodayat. Om Bhurбhuva Swaha Tatsavatu Varenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Diyo yo na prachodayat. Om Bhurбhuva Swaha Tatsavatu Varenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Diyo yo na prachodayat. Om Bhurбhuva Swaha Tatsavatu Varenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Diyo yo na prachodayat. Om Bhurбhuva Swaha Tatsavatu Varenyam Bhargo Devasya Dhimahi Diyo yo na prachodayat. Om bum buva swaha tatsavatu varenyam bargo devas yadimihidi yo yo na prachodayat. Om buva swaha tatsavatu varenyam bargo devas yadimihidi yo yo na prachodayat. Om bum buva swaha tatsavatu varenyam bargo devas yadimihidi yo yo na prachodayat. Om bum buva swaha tatsavatu varenyam bargo devas yadimihidi yo yo na prachodayat. Om bum buva swaha tatsavatu varenyam bargo devas yadimihidi yo yo na prachodayat. Om bum buva swaha tatsavatu varenyam bargo devas yadimihidi yo yo na prachodayat. Om bum buva swaha tatsavatu varenyam bargo devas yadimihidi yo yo na prachodayat. Om bum buva swaha tatsavatu varenyam bargo devas yadimihidi yo yo na prachodayat. Om bum buva swaha tatsavatu varenyam bargo devas yadimihidi yo yo na prachodayat. Om bum buva swaha tatsavatu varenyam bargo devas yadimihidi yo yo na prachodayat. Om bum buva swaha tatsavatu varenyam bargo devas yadimihidi yo yo na prachodayat. Om bum buva swaha tatsavatu varenyam bargo devas yadimihidi yo yo na prachodayat. Om bum buva swaha tatsavatu varenyam bargo devas yadimihidi yo yo na prachodayat. Om bum buva swaha tatsavatu varenyam bargo devas yadimihidi yo yo na prachodayat. Om bum buva swaha tatsavatu varenyam bargo devas yadimihidi yo yo na prachodayat. Om bum buva swaha tatsavatu varenyam bargo devas yadimihidi yo yo na prachodayat. Om bum buva swaha tatsavatu varenyam bargo devas yadimihidi yo yo na prachodayat. Om bum buva swaha tatsavatu varenyam bargo devas yadimihidi yo yo na prachodayat. Om bum buva swaha tatsavatu varenyam bargo devas yadimihidi yo yo na prachodayat. Om bum buva swaha tatsavatu varenyam bargo devas yadimihidi yo yo na prachodayat. Om bum buva swaha tatsavatu varenyam bargo devas yadimihidi yo yo na prachodayat. Om bum buva swaha tatsavatu varenyam bargo devas yadimihidi yo yo na prachodayat. Om bum buva swaha tatsavatu varenyam bargo devas yadimihidi yo yo na prachodayat. Om bum buva swaha tatsavatu varenyam bargo devas yadimihidi yo yo na prachodayat. Om bum buva swaha tatsavatu varenyam bargo devas yadimihidi yo yo na prachodayat. Om bum buva swaha tatsavatu varenyam bargo devas yadimihidi yo yo na prachodayat. Om bum buva swaha tatsavatu varenyam bargo devas yadimihidi yo yo na prachodayat. Om bum buva swaha tatsavatu varenyam bargo devas yadimihidi yo yo na prachodayat. Om bum buva swaha tatsavatu varenyam bargo devas yadimihidi yo yo na prachodayat. Om bum buva swaha tatsavatu varenyam bargo devas yadimihidi yo yo na prachodayat. Om bum buva swaha tatsavatu varenyam bargo devas yadimihidi yo yo na prachodayat. Om bum buva swaha tatsavatu varenyam bargo devas yadimihidi yo yo na prachodayat. Om bum buva swaha tatsavatu varenyam bargo devas yadimihidi yo yo na prachodayat. Om bum buva swaha tatsavatu varenyam bargo devas yadimihidi yo yo na prachodayat. Om bum buva swaha tatsavatu varenyam bargo devas yadimihidi yo yo na prachodayat. Om bum buva swaha tatsavatu varenyam bargo devas yadimihidi yo yo na prachodayat. Om bum buva swaha tatsavatu varenyam bargo devas yadimihidi yo yo na prachodayat. Om bum buva swaha tatsavatu varenyam bargo devas yadimihidi yo yo na prachodayat. Om bum buva swaha tatsavatu varenyam bargo devas yadimihidi yo yo na prachodayat. Om bum buva swaha tatsavatu varenyam bargo devas yadimihidi yo yo na prachodayat. Om bum buva swaha tatsavatu varenyam bargo devas yadimihidi yo yo na prachodayat. Om bum buva swaha tatsavatu varenyam bargo devas yadimihidi yo yo na prachodayat. Om bum buva swaha tatsavatu varenyam bargo devas yadimihidi yo yo na prachodayat. Om bum buva swaha tatsavatu varenyam bargo devas yadimihidi yo yo na prachodayat. Om bum buva swaha tatsavatu varenyam bargo devas yadimihidi yo yo na prachodayat. Om bum buva swaha tatsavatu varenyam bargo devas yadimihidi yo yo na prachodayat. Om bum buva swaha tatsavatu varenyam bargo devas yadimihidi yo yo na prachodayat. Om bum buva swaha tatsavatu varenyam bargo devas yadimihidi yo yo na prachodayat. Om bum buva swaha tatsavatu varenyam bargo devas yadimihidi yo yo na prachodayat. Om bum bu vas vaha tatsavatu varenyam bargo devas yadmihidi yo yo na prachodayat. Om bum bu vas vaha tatsavatu varenyam bargo devas yadmihidi yo yo na prachodayat. Om bum bu vas vaha tatsavatu varenyam bargo devas yadmihidi yo yo na prachodayat. Om bum bu vas vaha tatsavatu varenyam bargo devas yadmihidi yo yo na prachodayat. Om bum bu vas vaha tatsavatu varenyam bargo devas yadmihidi yo yo na prachodayat. Om bum bu vas vaha tatsavatu varenyam bargo devas yadmihidi yo yo na prachodayat. Om bum bu vas vaha tatsavatu varenyam bargo devas yadmihidi yo yo na prachodayat. Om bum bu vas vaha tatsavatu varenyam bargo devas yadmihidi yo yo na prachodayat. Om bum bu vas vaha tatsavatu varenyam bargo devas yadmihidi yo yo na prachodayat. Om bum bu vas vaha tatsavatu varenyam bargo devas yadmihidi yo yo na prachodayat. Om bum bu vas vaha tatsavatu varenyam bargo devas yadmihidi yo yo na prachodayat. Om bum bu vas vaha tatsavatu varenyam bargo devas yadmihidi yo yo na prachodayat. Om bum bu vas vaha tatsavatu varenyam bargo devas yadmihidi yo yo na prachodayat. Om bum bu vas vaha tatsavatu varenyam bargo devas yadmihidi yo yo na prachodayat. Om bum bu vas vaha tatsavatu varenyam bargo devas yadmihidi yo yo na prachodayat. Yeah, that's really impactful. That's really impactful. That's really impactful. And yeah, I gotta get into state. Gotta get into state. Be right back. All right, so yeah, we're gonna do a new one. It's gonna be called streaming, getting into state. And this is gonna be with the DJI Mic 3. limiter, 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 limit, limit, limit. Yeah. Yes. Okay. Check, check. Limiter, limiter, limiter. Yes, this is me getting into state. Yep. All right. No time like the present.
No time like the present, right? Check, 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 right? That's me right there. Right?
Yes. 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 Come on. Come on. Come on. Come on. Come on. Let's go. Let's get into state. Let's get into state. Let's get into state. Let's get into state. Come on. Let's get into fucking state right now. Come on. Yeah, Tony Robbins is right. Get into the physiology. Your physiology changes everything. Physiology changes everything. Yes. Yes, I can. 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 Make your move. 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 Yes, 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 I can. 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 Yes. 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 Yes, I can. Yes, I can. Yes, I can. Yes, I can. Yes. 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 Yes, I can. 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 Yes. 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 Mm-hmm. Yes, I can. 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 Come on. Come on. Let's get it up. 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 Come on. Come on. Come on. Higher energy. Higher energy. Higher energy wins. Higher energy wins. Higher energy wins. The highest energy wins. Highest energy wins. I am high energy. Come on. I will not be denied. I will not be denied. Everything is figure-outable. Everything is figure-outable. Everything is figure-outable. Everything is figure-outable. Even though there's that part of me that thinks this is stupid, everything is figure-outable. I forgive that part of me that's ignorant. Even though there's a part of me that thinks this is stupid, I have compassion for that part. Even though there's a part of me that thinks this is stupid, I'm already feeling pumped up. I'm already feeling different. I'm already feeling like I got some energy in me. Come on now. Even though there's a part of me that thinks this is stupid and a waste of time, Tony Robbins has been doing this for how many years, and he's been working with how many people? Come on now. It's all about the state. It's all about the state. Let's get up. 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 Let's do this. Let's do this. We can do this. We can do this. We can do this. We can do this. Yes. Yes. Yes, I can. 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 Deep work. We got it. 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 All I gotta do is take a couple of pictures. All I gotta do is pack these boxes. That's all I have to do. All I have to do is pack these boxes. All I have to do is pack these boxes. All I have to do is take these pictures. That's all I gotta do. Take these pictures, pack these boxes. Take these pictures, pack these boxes. Take these pictures, pack these boxes. That's it. That's all I have to do. Take the pictures, pack the boxes. 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 That's it. That's it. I got some administrative stuff to do, and that's it. That can get done. 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 I can do it. 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 Come on. Come on now. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Good state. Good state. Good state. Good state. Good state. It's going to be a good day because I got a good state. Good day, good state. Good day, good state. That's it. You want to have a good day, you got to have a good state. You want to have a good day, you have the good state. Got to have a good state. Got to have a good state. Come on, make it move. Let's go. Make it move. Come on. Come on. Come on. Come on, Gabriel. Come on, Gabriel. If this is what it takes, if this is what it takes, if this is what it takes to get successful, if this is what it takes to make it, if this is what it takes to be in control, if this is what it takes to feel good, then I'm going to do this. I'm going to do this. I'm going to do this. Yes. 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 Come on. Yes. 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 Yes, I can. 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 Yes. 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 Yes, of course. Yes, of course. Yes, of course. Come on. Come on. Yes, we can do this. Yes. 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 Yes, you can do this. 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 Yes. Yes. Yes, you can do this. 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 Yes, of course. Of course you can do this. Come on. Of course you can do this. Come on. Of course you can do this. Come on. Yes, you can. Come on. Yes. Come on. Come on. Come on. Come on. Let's go. Let's go. Come on. We can do this. We can do this. We can do this. We can do this. Believe in yourself. Believe in yourself, guy. Gabriel, come on. Come on. Let's go. Let's go. Let's get to work here. Let's get to work here. Come on. Let's fucking go here. That's what I want. That's what I want. That's what I want here. Oh, that's what I want here. Yeah. Yep. Doesn't matter. Start the break, stop the break, whatever. It doesn't matter. That's right. That's right. It doesn't matter. That's right. That's right. That's good. That's very good. Oh, okay. Wow.
That was very good. That was very, very good. Okay. That was very good. And that's, I think, what it's going to take then. If that's what it's going to take,
that's what it's going to take. You know?
If that's what it's going to really take, then let that be what it's going to take.
And
that's it.
And
I'm just going to show up. I'm going to show up in a good state. And I'm going to do the work.
If this is what's required, I'm going to show up in a good inner state. And I'm going to make sure I do it. I'm going to make sure I do it. And I'm going to make sure I record it. I'm going to make sure I do it and I make sure I record it. And that's going to be part of the work. That's it. That's part of the work, is getting into state. Yes, I only had a few hours of sleep last night. Yes, I was up with the Tony Robbins until 11 p.m. But you know what? I'm seeing it. I'm seeing it. Just just get into state. Just get into state. And it doesn't matter. All the hours, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter being tired. It doesn't matter. It doesn't fucking matter. Because we're going to get into state. That's it. Wow, look at the picture quality on this. The picture quality on this looks incredible. At least from what I see. At least what I can make out with my eyes. Even though it says that the ISO. Even though it says that the ISO is around 5,000. I think it still looks pretty good to me. I think it still looks good to me. And that's fine. That's really fine for me. Get into state. Get into state. Get into state, Gabriel. Get into state. Drop frames so far were 41,814 frames. Please tell me what this means and how do I fix this? Well, it looks like we're back. It looks like we are back. Okay. I gotta walk the dog. I'll be right back. Mm-hmm. All right, let's take a break here. Gotta walk the dog. We gotta get ready for deep work. I think it still looks good. You know, I think this looks pretty good for image quality. You know, we got the headphones, we got the microphone, we got all that stuff. We got the, you know, I don't think you need necessarily the most outstanding camera. And I also just like that it's just plug into the computer and then that's it. So that's what I would much rather have, to be honest. All right, let's start this break right now. are now back. Okay. Let's focus because we only have but so much time. We only have but so much time. Let's see the lights here. Yeah. Look better with the lights low. Every single time, Gabriel. Every single time. Right now, it's just about getting myself to handle this, to just go through these motions and get back into the groove of it. That's the most important thing right here. Mm-hmm. Did that, did that, did that. Flagship thumbnail, no. Mm-hmm. It's always over one thing. Okay, that's my focus for this deep work session today. I only got 2 hours. Got to make it count, and that's what it's going to be. Okay. Yep. So that's what it's going to be. I got to make sure that I print everything out. And I got it done. And that's the most important thing. So this is going to be guiding me now moving forward. And I have to make sure that we have this as a way of keeping ourselves from ever drifting again like this. This was a big drift. And it was very intense. But now, you know what? Moving forward, we're going to change this. We're going to change this. And we're going to focus. We're going to focus. All right? Let's get to work.
Wonne, nein, regt sich, lebt. Die Sand für die Lippen will. Gewiss, es naht noch Huld, es kann nicht lang mehr säumen. Noch nie.
All right, let's begin this deep work. So where we left off yesterday. Okay. So where we left off yesterday was, let's pull up the we're going to put up the ChatGPT message and also the resource. So let's go to resources. Okay, and deep work cycle. Right. So this is what we were working with yesterday. Now let's go to ChatGPT. All right, yesterday we left off with the deep work cycle template. Okay. All right, whatever. So where do we leave off here? Deep work cycle manifesto. I run a 4-week cycle to stay consistent without burnout. Weeks 1 to 3. Daily break shipping, 2 hours max. 4th week is recovery reorientation, 30 minutes a day. Progress is measured by BVTs passed. BVTs was bridge viability test. Okay. Let's do. Okay. Please generate a list of the definitions for the Life OS and the deep work stuff that we need to know, that I need to know so that I know it's true, so that I have that always at the top. Like we have the cross point. What's a cross point? What's a bridge? What's a BVT? What's a base camp, etc. I need to include all of those terms, and also what's a brick, and we need to make sure we have that definition really solidified, period. This is, for me right now, the most important thing is to have all this stuff defined very clearly. Okay, let's add this here now. These are very important terms. Okay, we're going to add that to the definitions database. And this is going to be for by system. We're going to filter this so that it's related to only personal, to deep work. Yeah, let's make sure that's just for deep work. Okay. Okay, let's organize this so that it's by the system itself or the bridge itself. And let's add in a search. Okay. And let's see deep work here. Okay, so there's nothing here just yet. So let's just start copying this one by one. Okay, so now we got to copy the definitions. Definitions and terms are very important, so we all speak the same language. Okay. Delete that. Okay. That'll do. There's nothing in here. Got to import that into universal definitions, map the CSV headers. Yes. Okay, great. All done for me. Okay. Fuck. Okay. Oh, right. Just find where what's empty. There we go. Okay, great. And there's also technically Life OS. Okay. And so now we just take this guy right here and just copy it over. There you go. Okay. Right. Mm-hmm. Okay. Where is that one? Brick closeout. Okay. Brick closeout is actually daily debrief. Okay. I need something for the daily stand up. All right. Deep work. Hello. Shit. Mm. Okay. And now let's go up in here. True north. True north. The ultimate direction and end state you're navigating toward. The ultimate direction and state. It is not a task. It is the star that orients all decisions. It's the star that orients all decisions. Yes. All right. Cool. Let's see. Life checkpoint. LIFE. A concrete narrative milestone for where you must be in a defined future window. 6 to 24 months. It's a base camp version for the next leg. Mm-hmm. Now let's see. What's a brick? It's one shippable unit of progress that increases bridge viability towards the active BBT. Shipping. The moment work leaves your head and becomes real, committed, linked, usable, testable, or publishable. Working is not shipping. The moment, okay, good. All right, so we got that. P loop. PEA, Gabriel. P loop. plan, execute, assess the feedback cycle that keeps systems alive and prevents unconscious drift. Okay. All right. Okay, we got all that now. So we can delete this page because we already have that saved up here. Right. And now what we're going to do here is we're going to re-export this and just make sure. Drift, deviation from the intended direction, base camp, stable life wild zone. Right, we got daily stand-up, daily debrief, etc. Okay, let's export this. Make sure we are on track with the definitions. Okay, and then we're gonna have ChatGPT reprint it for us as plain text, and then we're gonna put it in resources and move from there. Let's put up another folder called, oops. Deep work, deep work. All right. Audit the list of terms in this CSV file and ensure that these are all the terms that we have discussed and talked about. Period. Grade out of 100% the clarity of the definitions. Period. Make sure that you transcribe each term and list the definition of it. Comma. We don't care about why it matters right now. We just want to list the term and the definition and get a grade of clarity, and then get an overall grade of clarity by weighting the average of each individual score that you gave. Period. And then also we need to assess if there's any other terms missing for our definition to be, or our understanding of the language for this operating system to be solidified. Mm-hmm.
Here's the audit of the terms in your CSV, confirming they match what we discussed, with a clarity score per definition. Drift definition: deviation from the intended direction, rhythm, standards that, if uncorrected, compounds into misalignment or collapse. Clarity, 9500. Base camp definition: the stable milestone you reach after a BVT becomes true. Base camps are stages of safety and capability along the path. True north remains the direction. Clarity, 94-100. Cross point definition: a real bottleneck gap that blocks forward movement toward the life checkpoint. If it's not blocking progress, it's not a cross point. Clarity, 96-100. Life checkpoint definition: a concrete narrative milestone for where you must be in a defined future window, 6 to 24 months. It's a base camp vision for the next leg. Clarity, 92-100. Direction of travel definition: your current heading for this season, the next 6 to 24 months, expressed through your active life checkpoint and priorities. Clarity, 93-100. Compass definition: the decision filter derived from true north that tells you what to say yes, no to right now. Direction of travel. Clarity, 90-100. True north definition: the ultimate direction and end state you're navigating toward. It is not a task. It's the star that orients all decisions. Clarity, 96-100. Daily stand-up definition: a 3 to 7 minute pre-deep work check-in that reorients you to true north, confirms the active cross-point bridge BVT, selects one brick and locks the start conditions, time, location, distractions removed. Clarity, 92-100. PEA loop definition: plan, execute, assess. The feedback cycle that keeps systems alive and prevents unconscious drift. Clarity, 94-100. Daily debrief definition: the non-negotiable end-of-session capture. What changed, where it lives, next brick, BVT progress, closer, same, drift. Clarity, 88-100. Re-entry kit definition: a minimal start here package, often printed, that lets you restart the system in minutes after disruption. Clarity, 92-100. Deload week, week 4. Definition: a scheduled reduction in intensity, time, and scope to protect nervous system, restore clarity, and prevent collapse. No heavy building. Clarity, 93-100. Cycle, 4-week deep work cycle. Definition: a repeatable rhythm for progress without burnout. Weeks 1 to 3, build, ship bricks toward the active BVT. Week 4, deload, recover plus reorients, audit, preload next cycle. Clarity, 90-100. Shipping definition: the moment work leaves your head and becomes real, committed, linked, usable, testable, or publishable. Working shipping. Clarity, 94-100. Brick definition: one shippable unit of progress that increases bridge viability toward the active BVT. Clarity, 88-100. BVT bridge viability test. Definition: the minimum binary conditions that must be true for the bridge to carry your weight and close the cross point. Done equals crossable, not perfect. Clarity, 95-100's bridge SLT definition: the execution hub, single source of truth for the bridge, where the working parts live, DBs, WPs, prompts, dashboards. Stable identity, not routinely versioned. Clarity, 92-100. Bridge charter definition: the version decision record that defines why the bridge exists, what it's for, constraints, and the BVT. It is the contract for the build. Clarity, 93-100. Bridge definition: a system you build or refactor specifically to close a cross point. One bridge exists to solve one primary bottleneck. Clarity, 93-100. Overall clarity, average of all scores, 93-100. Are these all the terms we discussed? Yes. This CSV matches the core Life OS plus Deep Work OS vocabulary we've been using. Crosspoint, bridge, BVT, base camp, brick, shipping, cycle, deload, reentry, stand-up debrief, compass, true north. Missing terms to consider adding to fully solidify the language. 1. SSO, single source of truth, as its own term. Right now it's embedded inside bridge SSOC. 2. Active bridge, the one bridge currently being built. 3. Active BVT, the one gate you are driving toward this cycle. 4. Brick qualification checklist, the 4 conditions that make a brick count: exists, findable, usable, next brick. 5. Base camp number, base camp gate, base camp 1, 2, 3, naming convention so progress is trackable. 6. Bridge build checklist, the checklist of bricks required to satisfy the BVT, often generated from the charter. If you want, I can rewrite just the 2 lowest scoring definitions, brick plus daily debrief, to be maximally crisp while staying consistent with your language.
give me those missing terms as a CSV with those 3 properties that I need. Okay, gotta use the toilet. Be right back. 8 keys is definitely not enough. I wish I had more keys. So I don't know if I recorded my mic because I think I have my mic off. But basically, right now I'm just getting an audit from ChatGPT of the terms that I created. Okay, we already went through this before. Okay, I think that's good enough then. Period. Please save those exact terms as a memory now for long-term retrieval and reference should something ever happen like this again where I'm thrown off. Period. When you say save as a memory, ChatGPT is going to save the thing as a memory. So if you wanted to remember something, that's all you have to do. Okay. Next. Print out the deep work template. All right, so let's go to Notion here. Oh God, that's so good. That's so much better. Thank you. All right, let's go here to this guy. Okay, let's get this exported. It's PDF. Give it to ChatGPT again. Oh, that's sweet. That's so sweet. That's too sweet, baby. Okay. All right, now the next thing I need you to do is I need you to use this PDF and help me walk through this by quizzing me and grading me. Period. Let's imagine that a life event happened to me that threw me off my game, like this situation with our daughter getting taken away. Period. And I'm having issues emotionally, and I'm having PTSD like symptoms or whatever the story is. And it doesn't matter whatever the outer world is. If I have deep work to do, I should be able to lock in. I should be able to. Or let's say if I'm not able to focus and I'm having, like I need to go to the hospital or I need to take time off. And months pass, like right now, period. I should be able to reference one document that will quickly get me caught up to speed. And there is no fiddling around. There is no like, how did I do this before? There's none of that. It's just follow the procedure and you're good to go, basically, period. And the same also must be true should I give this to someone else and they now have issues where they need help and support. They should be able to quickly read and scan the document, see, oh, okay, this is how we do this, this and this. Okay, fine. Especially if, let's say, I choose to templatize this, my life operating system, and give what my version of a life operating system is and deep work operating system is to someone, period. So please help me by using all the information that we have discussed and quiz me. Give me 20 questions, multiple choice, and let's go from there. Period. Give me every possible question you can give me. And the reason why I'm doing that is because I want to just make sure that we're all in alignment here. Okay? So you can have ChatGPT quiz you on certain things. You can ask anything that you can pretty much imagine, you can get it done. And that's the beauty of having artificial intelligence. You know, it can be a very good tool to do a lot of things. But it can also be very inaccurate. So that's also something that should be considered. Oh boy. I didn't give it to me all at once. That's the other thing too. You got to be very clear with it to give you just one question at a time. But whatever. What is the canonical macro structure? It's B2 during on weeks. What are the execution days only in the original canonical template? That's a confusing one. All right. Okay, now that it seems like we're back in alignment with this, we know that one brick is one irreversible piece of progress. And we know that if we were unsure, it wasn't a brick, it was preparation, period. And we said that it's an irreversible piece of progress, period. So basically, what would that constitute of? Question mark. I'm going to give you a list of things that I think are considered bricks, and then you tell me right or wrong, and then what actually is the perfect list that would say this was a brick. This is bona fide a brick. Colon. New line. A brick is colon, new line. A new database built. A document needed to run a system drafted. A strategic objective listed. Operating principles and working procedures created. Refactors of a bridge should something break. Debugging. Code that wouldn't compile in MQL5 from the previous session. Drafting a chapter of a book. Drafting an outline of a template. Anything that is considered an MVP, the minimum viable product that gets something going. Question mark. ... Okay, I want to add that. So make sure I have and I know what a bona fide brick is. Okay, we don't need that right now. Okay. This is very important why I'm going through this, because I need to get very clear, right? We need to get very clear because I use ChatGPT to give me bricks. Okay. So we have a bridge. We need to know what's the BVT, what's actually true or whatever. Okay. And so the logic is, if I need to know what's true, I'm using ChatGPT to minimize all the friction. Okay. Yeah, so that's okay. That's good. So I want to make sure that that is very clear. Okay. Okay, great. So thank you for confirming that, because the reason why I had asked you to confirm what a brick is because we need to make it very clear. Every single cycle now has to have a very specific intention. Okay. And we were doing it before where we were sticking to, okay, this is what this cycle is about. This is what we need to accomplish here. Now we need to make sure that it's very crystal clear and it's now locked in. So maybe this is now the upgraded version or understanding of it so that there's no ambiguity, period. In the past, I was unable to complete certain bricks because the brick was too long, and it was more like something that took a week and we had it set for a day for one deep work session, and that's not going to work. So we need to assume that even just the little smallest thing can count as a brick that we can ship, and we make sure that we ship a brick every day. Okay? So every single deep work session, when we are in the execution cycle of the 4-week cycle, we need to make sure that every deep work session we ship a brick. And therefore, that means that that brick must be shippable within that 2-hour time span, period. Now we have to allocate for time spent asking questions, getting clarity, getting understanding of what certain things mean. Okay? Period. So I need you to help me create a sample deep work schedule. Period. This is just going to be a dummy thing where I can feed this to you in the future so you can see what this looks like. But basically, we want to templatize what a deep work cycle, a 4-week deep work cycle should look like. Period. And it should be very clear. Okay? Period. So we should have 4 H1 headers, colon, week 1, week 2, week 3, week 4, open parenthesis, etc. Period. So every single cycle should look like this. And if we apply even the agile project management methodology with a sprint, each and every week basically acts as a sprint. And we have to make sure that every single session we're shipping one brick that goes towards accomplishing the BVT, the bridge viability test, for us to cross that cross point every single month as we get to it. Period. So please give me a sample dummy schedule of what that would look like if I were to, let's say, the cross point is for the deep work operating system. And right now we have to refactor the deep work operating system and make sure that we're back on track. Everything is printed out. We've refactored some of the databases. We've cleaned up some of the properties. We now have a very tight and well-oiled machine, so that way it never happens again where I lose momentum and then I cannot get back into deep work because I forgot the rhythm of things because it was so long, period. It should just literally be that I can look at a binder, see the documents, and get into it. And then within that cycle, I'm all set up again, period. In fact, that's actually what is the goal of this current deep work cycle. And what must be true by the end of this deep work cycle is I'm back to deep work. Period. So please give me something like this where week one we have Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Sunday, etc. And then we also have whatever the agenda is for Saturday, which is just a little review meeting or whatever we had already agreed to and talked about, period. And then also give me the itinerary for week 4 and what happens week 4, period. And just make a little paragraph at the top of when deep work starts, which in my case is going to be from 8 a.m. to 10 a.m. Every session, okay? At least for right now. So that means even on Saturdays, even on the 4-week off period, every single time I'm showing up because that's my version of deep work. Okay? Okay, let's take a little break here. Leave it in the car and I'll take it at 10 a.m. when I'm done with working. Okay. So let's assume that this is right. We need a deep work cycle DB. Gotta have a deep work cycle DB. Right. That was a right. Right. Mm-hmm. Inside that now. Right. I gotta have that. Gotta have that. Mm-hmm. And now it's gonna be right. And then you put the bricks. Yes. You relate the bricks. Yes. Exactly. You relate the bricks. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Inside that relation. 2 bricks. Yes. And add a 2-way. There's no limit. Yes. Okay. Great. And now I can easily just see the ID here, and then I can pull this up. Yes. Okay. Now, what? We want a conventional formula. Okay. It's ChatGPT. Let's go here. Okay. And we're just going to put this stand-up date. Oh, okay. Right. Okay. I understand. Let's put a date property here as well. Okay. Let's call it stand-up date. Okay. And let's just say it's right today. This was the start of this new cycle. Okay, good. Yep. You always just want to recollect your formulas, make it easy on yourself. And then it's add automation. Okay, we're gonna set a new trigger every time that and anything. Yeah, could do that. Deep work. Yes. And we're gonna click on that Sigma sign. We're gonna add the trigger pages, naming convention. Done. Okay, cool. And now we just type that in. Boom. Perfecto. Okay. And now we got this as the default. Yes. Okay. And let's assume here. Let's take a key screenshot. ChatGPT. Here. Boom. Okay, so what I did just now was I created a deep work cycle DB. So now for sure, I know that I have at least the text record stored somewhere and it's no longer in resources database where it can get lost and shit. And now we have a defined template now, period. Would this count as a brick being shipped for today? Even if it wasn't necessarily defined. Okay. Mm-hmm. Right. Define the cycle date. And we're going to do no hidden time. Yeah. The day before. Yes. And now we're going to add in the end date, which is going to be, let's see the calendar here. Make sure we're synced up. Synced up. We started on the 26th. And we end on the 22nd of February. All right, cool. Fuck. Mm-hmm. Okay. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Okay. So it's got to hit a cross point. Okay. Right. Right. Okay. Right. And then we got what? Bridge. Mm-hmm. Okay. Now we got deep work. Only one at a time. Yes. Okay. And everything has to always be defined. And we have the bricks here. Got to make sure that that's defined too. Okay. Mm-hmm. Okay, cool. Link it from your deep work. Inside, okay. All right, so mm-hmm. Okay. All right. Let's see. Yes, we got the bricks, we got that. Okay, cool. So now every single time now I'm gonna know for sure what the fuck is going on here. Okay? So that's a good sign already right there. All right. Okay, so then the question is for the bridge viability test, comma, BVT, comma, would that now go into the deep work cycle or does that now stay still in the bridge charter database? Question mark. Okay. So if that's the case, then should we just create a property and then just put something in there in the property to just list out what the charter is, and then just create a roll up of the charter in the deep work cycle database, question mark. All right, cool. So let's go to charter. Let's open up. I'm putting it all caps now when it was just like regular, just so that way I can see it very clearly whenever I do a search. So let's say if I'm looking here through Notion, I want to make sure that I see what the thing is, right? And I want to also see, okay, DB, it's all upcase, it's DB. Okay, so I know that these are DBs. All of these are DBs. All of these have to be DBs. If it's not like that, then it's not a DB. That's just basically like the name of something potentially, right? It's got to get fixed up. Okay. Bridge charter. Okay. And now let's go back up in here. Let's add the relation to the charter. Okay. Add a two-way relation. Link to deep work cycle. Okay, add that relation. Good. Bridge charter, bridge charter, bridge charter. Okay, done. Let's go add the roll up. Roll up, roll up, roll up, roll up, roll up. Okay, add this. PV. There we go. PVT. Boom. Done. Okay, good. Okay, great. Now write me a BVT then for this deep work cycle, period. The whole goal is we need to just start from the top again, down, and we need to make sure we have clearly defined how it aligns with true north, comma, the cross points, the bridge charter, comma, the everything basically from level 1 all the way up to the execution layer, basically, is what we need to refactor. And it's not even just like too much. It's just basically making sure we go through everything so that way I can get back into the deep work. That's pretty much it. And I need to make sure that I have printed documentation to keep me accountable and keep me on track with this, period. So make a BVT out of this and what must be true by the end of this deep work cycle. Okay, so now this is going to be for cycle 2. So we're now at cycle 2. Oh, right. And let's say this is what cycle number is this? This is cycle 2 of this year. Yeah, that's what I want here. Charter. There we go. And now that rolls up into there. Okay, cool. Please audit this database and tell me if it's now good to go. It is good to go. Hotkeys. Let's go. Yes. Okay. So even if I were to do selection, okay, cool. Done. Next. Back to Notion. Switch it. Okay. Swap. Yep. This is good. Okay. Quit. Yep. Okay, wonderful. Thank you, Elgato Stream Deck. This is good. Okay. Come on, son. Okay. Okay, done. Period. Does this count as a brick shipped for today? Question mark. No, it doesn't. That's not a brick ship. Okay, great. So now the next thing is we got to finish this guy. So we got charter. Okay, so now I know I have an official deep work cycle database. Okay, so that's good. That's positive. Moving in the right direction again. Should have had that from before. Okay, great. That's done. Okay, now let's go back over here. Okay, what must be true here? What has to be true is let's take this, and let's take that template. Okay, so let's export as a PDF. Okay. And then we've got this now. Let's take, right, we got that. Okay, that's the template. Let's export this as a PDF. Okay. Okay, almost there. Come on, almost there. All right, do me a favor now and write out all of these terms and definitions and why it matters in bullet point format. Do not use any H1 or 2 or 3, etc. headers, comma. Keep everything plain text, but make sure that you bold the term, and then underneath that indent and then list the definition, and then underneath that list another bullet point listing why that matters, and copy that word for word from the CSV file. Okay. So now that'll copy. That'll now copy. And we're going to have the terms. Okay, so we need to make sure that we have this organized here. So we're going to go to page, deep work outline for printing. Okay, we're going to go back. Where does this thing live? Right, it's in there. Okay. That goes up in there. And now okay. That's the cycle session over. Mm-hmm. Okay, copy that. Copy that. Terms. Great. Key terms. That's one section. Okay. Next is we need to divide that up. Okay. Now let's go here and let's say canonical. Let's reprint that. As a PDF. Right, it's just like writing a book. You gotta make sure it all is compacted somehow. Okay, we got that. Deep work folder. Yo, that's nice. That's real nice. That workflow is getting so smooth now. Getting real smooth now. Okay. Okay, great. Now without printing anything other than what I tell you, comma, I need a deep work outline that I can read through, and it has to be organized, and it basically has to explain what the fuck deep work is and what is a deep work operating system. And that needs to be like considered metadata, period. So I need it to be worded in such a way that if I were to have my fucking head knocked off and be in the hospital and have amnesia or something like this, and then I saw this thing, I would be able to follow it again easily, period. I need you to first just give me the sections. That's it. Okay? Give me the key sections, like key terms, what it is, what to do, etc., etc. How does this whole deep work thing work, basically? And I just need that listed out as headers / sections, period. Use the PDF to guide you. Okay. So we got key terms. That's pretty important. And I'm going to add in a table of contents here. Boom. There we go. Okay. Can I convert this? Ah, motherfucker. Okay. Let's at least just focus on printing this one out. All right. Okay, fit. Okay, now for each one of those bullet points, comma, now those will be official headers. And what I want you to do is basically fill in the information that I need to know as crisply and straight to the point as possible. And don't use anything fucking complicated after that. Period. We must reach for simplicity. Okay. The deep work cycle is officially over, but I got to make sure I finish this, because then this is the point of shipping, right? So this is why we do this. Yes, this is why it's only going to be 2 hours. It's got to be just one fucking thing. So even creating the deep work cycle now is that's two things. It's got to be just one thing. So that means tomorrow is going to be the deep work cycle. Perfect. Right, this essentially has to be good enough. Okay. Okay. Okay, now reprint that message. That exact message that you just had word for word, comma. The only thing that now changes is that each of the section headers now must officially have the H1 header with the number in front of it, and make sure that it's Notion copyable. So that I can paste it into Notion right now, period. Example. There we go. Mm-hmm. 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 Good. Okay, perfect. Great. That's much cleaner and organized now. Okay. So we're just going to copy key terms. Key. Okay. Okay, that's very important. Yeah, that's plenty. Fuck. Please merge all of this together and give a brief explanation in one sentence of what a brick actually is, and then organize the rest of this information in there word for word. Fuck. enough. Done. Done. Brick qualification checklist. I think we already have this. Okay, let's finish this up here. Fuck. It's findable, usable, brick is defined. Come on, Gabriel. Almost there, almost there, almost there. Okay, next one, please. Mm-hmm. Okay, we're going to renumber that later. That's not important right now. Okay. So I'll throw this up here. Okay. Add the operating laws here. Good. Mm. Good to go. Good to go. Yeah, if there's anything redundant in there, whatever. Fuck it. Weekly rhythm. Okay, daily session format, bill weeks. Definitions, we already got this. Mm-hmm. 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 Okay, next. Mm-hmm. 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 Okay, that's pretty much it. Mm-hmm. Mm. Mm-hmm. Good to go. Okay, now we number it. 2. Oh boy, fuck. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22. 23, 24, 25. Okay, damn, that's a lot. All right, so I just got that done now. Let's take a look at it. That's a lot of work. Now, let's take a look here. We've got the deep work cycle here. Okay, we're going to open up Notion. Okay, got to use a toilet. Be right back. Okay. And we're back. All right, let's go back to the screen share. Make sure we get this situated. I need to print out the deep work planning cycle. We're going to rename this here. It's good to go.
Okay. Well, at least it gets done. Yeah, even though I may not want to do it, print it out because it's using paper. I got to make an exception here and just say, you know what, this has to get done. Okay, let's print out odd only.
Okay. So I just realized that what I could have done very easily as well is just printed out one page instead of 9 pages, saved ink, saved paper, and just like had a QR code or something like this, and just let the QR code do the work for me. Or I could have even just named the document, which is probably what I'm going to do in the future. I'm just going to name the document. But here we are. Nonetheless, this is what it is. And each one is going to go, each piece of paper, because it's printed double-sided now, it's going to go in its own folder, its own slip. Then I got to take the groceries out. After this is done. After I put these papers in, we're going to put that in the binder, do the daily debrief, and then we're done for today. Because that's about it. Then I got personal admin stuff to take care of, which I'm not looking forward to. But unfortunately, I got to do it. 1, 2, 3. Okay, maybe in the future we just cut it down. That's fine. But for right now, this is what it is. And at least I can see this. Yes, it's extra work to do this. Do I want to do it? No. but it's extra work that hopefully can save my ass from losing months of time. So I'd rather dedicate 2 hours of my life that I'll never get back than fucking 4 months, 5 months of my life that I'm gonna lose if I'm fucking traumatized again from the outer world doing some bullshit. They're taking my kid away. You know? I gotta pick up these groceries, I gotta do all this stuff. Fucker. That wasn't bad though. The fact that this got done this week, especially, that's pretty positive for me, at least. I think that's pretty positive. We got a template going. We got all that stuff, and now it's just putting it in the binder, executing. Right. So if we ever get lost, we got this at least. You know? And that's always a good thing. That's a lot. 1, 2, 3, 5, 7, 9, 11, 13, 15, 17. Okay, great. Done. Got it? Yes, we got it. Okay. All right. Whew. That. Very good. Okay, good. And this binder is just going to be specifically for deep work. So any deep work cycles, it's going to go there. And put this away. Feel myself. I can feel that I'm in a bit of a stressful state. I can feel like I'm in a bit of a stressful state right now. So I need to relax. That's.
Whenever you are distracted and disturbed, do the serene mind. Whenever you are preoccupied with the past or the future, do the serene mind. Whenever you want to return to calm, do the serene mind. It is 3 minutes to a serene state of mind. Please sit still with your spine erect. Gently close your eyes. Let us practice conscious breathing for 3 cycles of breath. Let your exhalation be longer than your inhalation. Recognize the exact emotion that is arising within you now. Is it irritation, anxiety, or confusion? Or is it joy, gratitude, or love? Observe the direction of the movement of your thinking. Is it entangled in the past or the future? Or is it in the present? Now move your attention to your eyebrow center. Visualize or feel a tiny flame move from your eyebrow center into the middle of your brain. Hold your attention on this flame in the middle of your brain for a few moments. Whenever you are ready, you may smile and slowly open your eyes. Namaste.
Okay. Now the last piece to this puzzle is to work on that, to do the daily debrief now. So this got done. It's good enough. Good enough is good enough, you know? And that's plenty. And we also got this done. So let's go here. ChatGPT. Okay, great. Please write me a 1-paragraph daily debrief report, period. Then tell me in another paragraph whether or not today's actions move the needle, period. we had the universal definitions for all the terms put up, comma, I created the deep work cycle database, which is now going to be the storehouse, the single source of truth for storing any deep work cycle. So if I ever get lost, I can always just look there and I can see the written form of it. And then I can also get a copy in Markdown CSV, which I put into each individual brick. So I'm going to have the outline first, and then I'm going to translate that into row by row line items in the deep work brick DB, period. Finally, we created this deep work cycle outline, and I basically printed this out now. So I now have 18 pages. I realized I could have just taken a QR code and then just printed out one page and just say, this is the deep work cycle outline. You can look at this, but for right now, it's printed on paper just in case something happens and I can just always see it, period. So this is essentially what I did. Tell me what you also note that I didn't include from today's deep work session, and give me that report in one paragraph, and then also in another paragraph whether or not this moved the needle and what your grade was for today's deep work session, period. I think this was much more effective today, so I'm pretty happy with that outcome for today. I think we did quite a bit. This was now 3 hours, yeah, for sure. That got done. And remember, it just has to be a version 1. That's it. That's all that has to be. Good enough. Okay. All right, cool. So that's done. Yeah, I have something else from previously that I've been like postponing and moving up. But this is it. I think this was pretty good. And today we did that work. Tomorrow, definitely outline the cycle. Outline deep work cycles. So let me actually just take this. Outline deep work cycle. This is the one and only thing. And this should not be on a post-it note. It's going to be single source of truth is going to be the Notion, second brain. But for right now, this is where we are. I have to unfuck myself basically and fix these things. And so that's where I am right now. And I accept that. And that's it. That's it for today. I gotta do personal errands, personal stuff. But that was it. That was, I think, a good one. All right. Thank you, God. Thank you so much.